Good evening. Today is Monday, March 12th, 2021, and this regular meeting of the Romulus Board of Education is called to order at 6:03. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1108, we will have members joining us virtually tonight, so please remember to state your location during roll call. Excuse me. Ms. Wester?
Evans,
Present.
Terrell. Beard,
Virtual from Wayne County, Romulus, Michigan.
Piles,
Present.
Wester, President. Kennard,
Kennard will be late.
Virtual.
Unless, has she logged on yet?
She's coming virtually.
Can't tell she's- Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to move that the Board of Education accept the meeting agenda, the amended meeting agenda, with an additional amendment to adopt a resolution for the state of emergency, allowing us to remain virtual. Is there support?
Support.
Ms. Wester?
Do you want me to read it? Or just do roll call?
No, we're just adding it. We're accepting the agenda. We're just adding that.
Evans,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Beard,
Yes.
Piles,
Yes.
agenda is approved.
Thank you. Tonight, for our student spotlight, we would like to recognize and honor Jalen Culver. And so if you would please come up and, Coach Dan, if you'd come to and just speak a little bit about him and all the accomplishments and the great season that we had.
It's green. You're
All
good.
right. Yeah, so this is Jalen Culver. This year, he was the Division II MHSAA heavyweight state runner-up. He finished the season, obviously, state runner-up in second place in the state of Michigan. It was a huge accomplishment for us this year. There's over 120 different heavyweights that compete in the Division II, so he had a really great season this year. Had only one loss going into the state tournament this year, and had a great day up at Van Andel Arena out in Grand Rapids. Knocked off some of the top kids in the state to make it to the finals there. Had a tough match in the finals, but we're really happy with the way that the season went this year. And really, this is what we get when the community comes together, the right support comes together. We get a young man who buys into the program young and early, and this is the results that we get. And we're going to keep working to show that this wasn't just a one-off, that this is what Romulus is going to keep producing. Jalen's done a great job with it. Had great family that he came from. So we want to thank you guys. Every time we've come, asked the board for anything, you guys have given us exactly what we've asked for, close to it, and this is the results that we get.
Thank you. I know our wrestling program and everyone in it, the coaches, the players have been such a point of pride. And Jalen, it is an honor for us to be able to recognize and honor you tonight. You proudly represent our high school, our district, and we wish you well in everything you do going forward. We have a proclamation for you. You can go ahead and read this, Dr. Edmondson. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. What a surprise. Thank you. Let me stand up. First of all,
Yes.
let me introduce myself to you, Master Culver. We have hand sanitizer. We have hand sanitizer, so if you don't mind, I'd like to shake your hand. Dr. Edmondson, it's a pleasure meeting you. Dr. Edmondson, Ben Edmondson, how are you? First of all, I couldn't be more thrilled. We're sitting in here in a COVID-19 world, and I can only imagine what that is. My son's a senior and a wrestler, and he missed out. He's in another state. He missed out on his senior year. Totally bummed. But I'm just so proud of your accomplishments. I've heard about you previously because principals here talk about you. Just in case you don't know that, we meet and we talk about students, particularly those that are successful. You've been very successful in the district. I've not heard one negative thing about you. Everything is positive. From the time that you started in the wrestling, from 6th through 12th grade. I don't know, did the wrestling program you start in 6th grade?
Well, when you was in 6th grade, back when I was in 6th grade, you couldn't do any sports. So, but I started to do it after like the summer of it. So I went into going to 7th grade freshman year.
Well, congratulations, and I will say this, just a little story. When I played soccer, I was all state in soccer. Our school team was sorry. They were pretty pitiful. But when I graduated and I left, and then we became, a few years afterwards, we became state champions over and over and over because that became the expectation. All it takes is one person to break the cycle. And I just want to thank you, and Coach, I want to thank you both for your commitment to our community. So this is a proclamation, and when you get older, hopefully you get more of these, and I try to tell students all the time, whenever you get something from somebody, have you keep it or have your mother keep it. So when I go home to Jersey, my mom still has a lot of my accomplishments, and I feel really great about that when I visit some 40 years later, well, 35 years later, when I go visit and I go, how you like me now? I try to tell my son. Whereas Jalen Culver is a member of Romulus High School class of 2021, the recipient of an academic and athletic scholarship to wrestle for Siena Heights University, and the only Romulus Community School student to participate in the district's wrestling program from 6th through 12th grade. And whereas as a member of the Romulus High School wrestling team, under the coaching of Dan Hines and Darian Holmes, Jalen achieved 101 career victories, 84 career pins, was named 2021 MHSAA State Finals runner-up, 2021 MHSAA Regional Champion, 2021 MHSAA District Champion, 2019 MHSAA District Runner-Up, 3-time MHSA Regional Qualifier, 2020 U.S. Wrestling Greco-Roman National Qualifier, 2020 USA Wrestling All-Eastern Region, 2020 MYWA State Finals Runner-Up, 2020 MYA All-State, 2020 All-Wayne County, 3-time Western Wayne County Athletic Conference Champion, 4-time All-Western Wayne County Athletic Conference team captain and MVP. And whereas in addition to his extraordinary accomplishments as a wrestler, Jalen played 4 years varsity football and was named team captain. And whereas in addition to his athletic achievements, Jalen has demonstrated academic excellence as an honor student each semester since 6th grade, is a member of the National Honor Society, Romulus High School Student Council, and Romulus High School Bridge Program, and has received the distinction of Academic All-State with a cumulative 3.6 GPA and ranks 11th in his graduating class. And whereas Jalen Culver has had a tremendous and positive impact on his classmates, teachers, administrators, teammates, and coaches in exhibiting academic excellence and athletic perseverance by modeling discipline, teamwork, and a positive attitude, now, therefore, on behalf of Superintendent, myself, and the Romulus Community School Board of Education, I do hereby wish to commend and congratulate Jalen Culver for his profound accomplishments, inspiring example of commitment to excellence, and proud reputation of Romulus High School and the Romulus Community School District. We'd like to share that with you, sir. If you don't mind, everybody should be standing up. Can you introduce us to your mother, please? Your mother, your aunt, whomever.
Jalen, is this your mother? Yes. You're good, but
You to introduce
Mom was
us.
behind
We're
that.
going to get quiet because we need to hear properly.
This is my mom, Sanitra Culver, or Nikki Culver. We have a good relationship. This is my right here.
I love it.
I couldn't do nothing of all this, what he just said, if it wasn't for her. She gave birth to me, so it's good genes, you know. My father's at work right now, but he had a big support on it. He paid for everything, so I already paid for. He did a lot, and I appreciate both of them for giving me everything that I wanted and needed these past 18 years, and I appreciate all of y'all, even the school district. And Dan, he did a lot. He did a lot for me. Even when I was in middle school, he did a lot for me, and I couldn't be more appreciative and more loving to him than anything else too. You know, that's my best friend, my coach. He's like a second dad to me too, you know. But yeah, I'm appreciative of everything. For the past 4 years of this in high school and being my last year, you know, it's tough, but you just gotta keep going. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate all of y'all.
So much, Mom, and thank you to you for supporting the school district. I always say to parents, there are other choices out there, but you have chosen Romulus Community Schools to educate your child. We thank you so much for what you've given to us. You've probably given more to us than we've given to you, but we thank you so much for believing in us and allowing us to educate your son. So thank you so much. I'll see you during graduation, hopefully. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. It all depends on what's coming up, but we'll see you at graduation and all these other events. Enjoy the last few weeks of high school, because when you come back, you're just visiting, okay? So enjoy and have a great time at college. It's the best 4 years of your life if you go. Let it work for you. Get everything out of them that you can get out of them, okay? Enjoy your wrestling career, and maybe we'll see you later on in your life. And please, feel free to come visit next year and be a positive role model, the positive role model that you've been. Please come back. Thank you. Don't feel obligated to stay. You don't have to stay. You're more than welcome to leave.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you.
I just got work. I work in child welfare, and it's been a long day. So, y'all have a good night. Thank you again.
You're welcome, thank you.
And Coach, to you as well. I'm sorry. Coach, thank you so much for your dedication and everything you're doing for our program. Things like this make a huge difference, and I know you know that. They make a huge difference, and your impact is immeasurable as well. Thank you.
I would like to get a picture of you.
Oh.
Coach and Jalen's mom.
Thank you. Thank you, have a good night.
I did. I don't know. That kind of stuff fills my heart, particularly.
Okay. We are on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by the Board of Education and will be acted upon by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If any member of the board or any citizen, excuse me, requests discussion of an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will become the first item of business under the report of the superintendent portion of the agenda. Approval. To approve the minutes of the Board of Education, March 22nd, 2021, regular meeting. Approval. To approve the bills for payment as submitted by Interim Director of Finance, Jewel Claire, in the amount of $1,141,812.62. I move that the Board of Education approve the consent agenda with the removal of the bills for payment.
Support. Who was that?
Terrell.
Evans,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Beard,
Yes.
Lester, yes, Piles.
Yes.
Motion is
Motion passes. Mr. Cooper, do we have any public comment for agenda items? Do not. Thank you. We will add the resolution declaring a local state of emergency. We can now we can now meet in person. However, Wayne County has declared a state of emergency due to COVID, as has the city of Romulus. So in order to continue meeting virtually, I move that we adopt a resolution, and if there's support, Madam Secretary will read that.
Support.
Terrell.
Resolution declaring a local state of emergency, Romulus Community Schools. Whereas, with the December 2020 amendment to the Open Meetings Act, Romulus Community Schools can continue holding remote meetings beyond March 31st, 2021 if a local state of emergency is declared and the personal health of members of the public or public body would be at risk if the meetings were held in person. Whereas the Wayne County Commission on March 15, 2021, passed a resolution declaring local state of emergency and state of disaster for Wayne County. Whereas the city attorney approved this resolution declaring a local state of emergency to protect the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare for Romulus Community Schools. And whereas by adopting this resolution, Romulus Community Schools is authorized to conduct board and community meetings electronically in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Now, therefore, Romulus Community Schools, based in Wayne County Declaration of an Emergency, declares a local state of emergency to protect the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare through June 30th, 2021. Be it further resolved that the Open Meetings Act requirements for electronic meetings will apply to all boards and committee meetings through June 30th, 2021. Resolution declared adopted.
There isn't any discussion. You can go to roll call vote, please.
Piles,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Beard,
Yes.
Kennard,
yes,
Evans,
Yes.
Wester, yes. It's approved.
Motion carries. We are on to the report of the Executive Director of Instruction, Dr. Laws. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
So as you may recall, when I first came to Romulus, one of the first things that I did was I said in my first 60 days, I wanted to be able to conduct like an audit of our district, where things were at, et cetera. And then I presented to you some of my findings, if you recall. That was back in early February. And of course, we've had a lot of other things happening, as we all know. And so we have a lot of priorities in terms of curriculum instruction assessment, but some of our other priorities, of course, have taken precedent as, you know, virtual learning and returned in person and all of those things. But I did want to give you an update on some of the things that we have continued to move forward, and we will continue to move forward to ensure that we are really addressing some of the priorities and needs related to curriculum and instruction assessment. So I wanted to just kind of revisit for you. This didn't work, Mr. Cooper? Yep, I turned it on. Can you go to the next slide? These were the areas that I discussed about needing growth, right? These were the things that we identified as our areas of need and growth. And multiple issues and concerns, but where identified as a strong need to begin is in the fifth bullet there, multi-tiered systems of support, and really looking at Tier 1 instruction. Tier 1 instruction is what we look at in terms of universal instruction for all of our students. How are we meeting that? And we have a lot of gaps and holes there, so identifying that as a key place to start. So if we go to the next slide, one of the priorities I talked about was establishing an instructional leadership team. And the members of that leadership team would be all of our principals and identified teacher leaders at every building. Because to move the work forward, it can't just be administration, it has to be the involvement of our teacher leaders, because they're the ones working with our students. They need to be engaged in the process and then engaging their colleagues. So now at this point in time, we have established an instructional leadership team at every building. And then that leadership team is led by their building administrator or administrators, and then teacher leaders. And depending on the building, that could be department chairs, it could be grade level leaders that have been involved in teacher leadership work. At the middle school level, they have different types of leaders, but leader representatives from every building are involved. And so the priority, when we talk about establishing an instructional framework, there's multiple priorities, but again, starting with that Tier 1 instruction, making sure we have consistent language, consistent understanding, because when we provide consistent Tier 1 instruction for all of our students, then you see student achievement grow for everyone. So that is a key place to begin. And so part of that then is I talked about planning professional development. And so now we've actually started engaging in some of that professional development. So we had our first meeting with the instructional leadership team on March 23rd. And at that meeting, we really just established some baseline understandings. I always like to start every meeting with some type of connector. So building as a team group, we do connectors, but then what is our common understanding about multi-tiered systems of support, and where does tier 1 instruction fall in that? And we really identified the concept of how when you look at a multi-tiered system of support and you have Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, it's really about instruction. What is our Tier 1 instructional practices, versus sometimes we've heard it referred to as these are our Tier 1 students, but it's really not about the students, it's about our instruction. So we really established that as a baseline understanding. And then our next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. And that's where we're going to continue the conversation and delve a little bit more into concepts around Tier 1 instruction. And then all of that is leading into two full PD days that we're extremely excited about. They will be virtual. And they are going to be on April 29th and May 6th. And all of the instructional leadership team members are going to be engaging in that work. And they are going to be focusing on Tier 1 instructional practices and what's called visible learning, high impact strategies. So really looking at, of all the various strategies we can engage in, what are the strategies that have the greatest impact on a student during a school year over time? And so that is going to be our focus with the instructional leadership team. And then as we move forward, going into next school year, our professional development, PLC work will continue to build upon that, where all staff then would be engaged. But we want to start with a core group that has a strong understanding, every building, common language used, so that we have consistency across the district in Tier 1 instruction. So I wanted to give you that update. Any questions about, before we go to summer school, any questions about the instructional leadership team that we've started? Very excited about it because that's like really where my true passion is. That's been my title, Executive Director of Instruction. It's all about instruction. So that's where I get really excited and hopeful for the work, and I've had lots of great feedback from all the staff that have been involved. So I'm hopeful that that continues. Dr. Laws? Yes.
I'm sorry, I do have a question. As you're working to develop the instructional practices that have the greatest impact on students, how will we factor in the equity component, like to close the achievement gap, the opportunity gap? Is this something that's being incorporated into this at this time or a later date?
Absolutely. When we utilize Tier 1 strategies that have the highest effect size, and effect size is a term that talks about how much gain a student has over a school year. And so the higher the effect size, the higher the gains. When we utilize those strategies that have the highest effect size, those include practices such as culturally responsive teaching, ensuring that we have diverse materials and approaches. And so it's really incorporated in that base instruction. So it's part of the Tier 1, not separate.
Thank you.
Great question. All right. So as we are all aware, there's been all this marvelous funding from the state and the government, the federal government for us because the big topic of the year that we all know is learning loss. That has been probably for all of us in education and for our parents, our families, everyone, the most difficult thing that we know has impacted our students, our community, is the learning loss that has taken place because of COVID for varieties of reasons. And so built into the most recent funding is something called Recovery for Learning Loss. Section 23B is, I believe, the exact line of the current ESSER funding that is a set aside specifically to capture the needs regarding learning loss. And so we are in the process as a district with various team members, right? So in any of this work, as you can probably get a feel for my style, I don't go in it alone. I engage the principals, instructional staff, and ensure that everybody has an opportunity to engage in these conversations. And starting right now, as we know, it's been a very short turnaround that the governor has given us and the state has given us to provide a summer school plan. And we are going to meet that deadline, but here is some of the work that we are engaging in to prepare for our summer school and then discuss moving forward what else we're going to do to help with our learning loss this year. So in order to move forward with a summer school plan, a couple of things I want everyone to know. One of the things that's different about our summer school plan is that the state has said to receive the funding, you must offer 8 weeks, which is a lot compared to previous summers. I mean, basically you are starting the week school students get out and you are going until around August 12th, as I've indicated there. That is a requirement. We don't have any ability to move away from the 8 weeks. There is no requirement around how many hours a week, how many days a week. That is all left up to the local school district to plan and work out. You just have to ensure that it is offered for 8 weeks. That's a significant amount of time to commit to for our teachers and so forth, but that is, what we are committed to trying to do. So to do that, part of the work, we need some summer school coordinators to help with that, some instructional leadership from the school level. In the past, I believe we've had a similar position in place when we had a Camp Learn a Lot and things like that. So it's not unusual because you need to have people on site being responsible, helping with the planning and the coordination. Typically, it's not the building administrator that does this. A lot of times this is an opportunity for someone who's interested in becoming a building administrator to get their kind of feet wet a little bit and get involved. Or someone, a strong teacher leader who has is an interest in just doing more with our students on a summer school level. So that is a key position that we're looking at, I think hopefully sending out tomorrow. Yep, so we have developed it, worked with our teachers union and having them take a look at it and make sure that, we're right on track with our ideas. And so we're sending that out. We're looking at elementary, middle school, and high school because the programs are going to be, different at each level. And then additionally, to support that summer school, then we need some summer school program curriculum developers. So when we think about 8 weeks of instruction, it's a lot. And we can't just show up on June 14th and start providing instruction the same way we've been doing. We want to approach this obviously different. So we want to be able to provide small groups. I'm kind of jumping around and you can see some of this, but it's important that we're able to structure this in a way where we're really trying to address our learning loss of our students. So for this program, really looking at how do we offer the small group instruction, 1 to 10, 1 to 15, depending on if we can get teachers. That's going to be key for us. So we want to get that information out. We have some more meetings this week. Because of the nature of what's happening, we do recognize that there may be a need to increase what we pay normally our teachers. And so we are going to be working with them on identifying and coming, and Ms. Hazlett may be able to talk about that, but a memorandum of understanding for this summer only to incentivize our teaching staff to be willing, again, to come in and support our students over this summer. But we do recognize that that may be difficult. Teachers are also exhausted. Teachers are on overload mode. So we're hopeful that with the incentive, we'll get teachers willing to come and support our students. But we're not 100% sure where we're going to land, but we're hopeful. We have, Ms. Hazlett has worked with neighboring districts and has kind of gauged where other districts are paying summer school, and we've definitely put ourselves in a competitive spot in what we're going to be proposing so that we feel confident and hopeful that we will have teachers interested based on that. So we'll need those curriculum developers, though, as well, to kind of help guide us in looking at, what is it going to look like at the early childhood, when I think of lower L, right? So the literacy skills and math skills at those levels versus upper L versus middle school, and then high school really focused on credit recovery, but also there is a lot of needs, not just on earning the credits, but there are a lot of gaps in learning at the high school. So just not wanting to put someone on a E2020 course or Edgenuity course like we have in the past for credit recovery, but for those students that really have the gaps, trying to get them in so that we can give them some remediation tutoring on the subjects, and then they work towards the credit recovery on the course. So not just saying, okay, do the course and do it on your own and so forth, but really having that teacher support. So all that requires some curriculum design and development, looking at we talked about, what the lesson plan might look like and working with that team to develop that. And then, of course, anytime you keep school open, you need to have some secretarial support because we're going to have parents calling, and you just have to have someone in that front office helping out. Okay, I'm hot at this mask. I can't breathe. So our location, in talking with the principals and talking with the transportation, again, the cabinet, variety of input, really landing on, for elementary, and what we think we will get in terms of enrollment. We thought 2 sites this year, Rom-L and Hale Creek, north and south. And then the second site being Romulus High School, where middle school and high school would both attend. Building is large enough. They're not having programs together. We'll have them in different parts of the building, but there are resources there that based on how we schedule it, they could potentially both be in the same building, maybe one's on one floor. That's where we're at right now. Again, this is planning, and some of these details, most of these details on this page actually are not required in the application. The application for summer programming for 23B really requires 3 things: a basic description of what you plan to do, a budget, and not even a detailed budget, but just a proposal, like how much do you think it's going to cost, how many staff do you think you're going to get, and how many students do you think you're going to have. And the way that they've designed it is that you can go, if you project 300 students and you receive 200 students, then you have to pay back funding for the 100 students that you didn't. Does everyone know this? And then, but if you go under, right, so if we project 300 students and we get 500 students, they won't give you more money. So it's wise to predict high. And then if we need to give back the money, give back the money. So I'm going lofty. I threw out some numbers with the building administrators and cabinet, and we said, well, it's better to be safe and go with those numbers because it's easier to give. I don't know about it's easy to give money back, but it would be very difficult if we had more than we had projected. So continuing on with the structure, we're talking about Tuesdays through Thursdays for student days. Okay, so 3 solid days, again, because remembering this is 8 weeks, right? So in the past, we may have gone more days during the week, but we didn't go as many weeks. By doing this and not having instruction on Mondays and Fridays for students, it still also gives families some time to enjoy their summer so that they might be more willing to consider bringing their children and having those 3 days versus, we have all these big family plans. And so we want to incentivize our families to participate, honoring the fact that they may still need time with their families, and for teachers too. Again, for our teachers. Now for our teachers, we would ask them to be doing planning on Mondays. So they would receive, that would be their planning time is on Mondays. Looking at 2 to 3 hours of paying them for planning time on Mondays. And then again, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays would be the instructional days. Some of the structure that we're looking at, For all levels, an academic focus on English language arts and math. Although we do have to incorporate some science, it's required, but we can do that in multiple ways. We've talked about utilizing, I know the middle school has some STEM stuff that they're looking at, elementary as well. Just incorporating it, you can also build it into those lessons that you do with math, even with ELA, based on the materials you're reading. So as long as you incorporate science in some way, then you're good to go. So that will be included in our grant application. Again, small group instruction is the focus, based on student assessment data. So, you know, we have a marvelous data coach in this district. I don't know if you know, if you've met Mr. Wart personally, but he is just so wonderful at what he does with data. And he is already, when I met with the principals last week on this, he was able to very quickly start to put together reporting so that at the elementary and middle school and high school level, you can actually pull in a report with the student data on various areas, IXL, NWEA, IRIPS at the elementary level for reading, and then start to organize who are the lowest students. Also, you can pull in, when we start to look at our grouping of students, we can group them based on skills that they're lacking. So again, we're not set to a structure where you have to be with this teacher only or that teacher. We can start to look at doing it based on skills. So we might even have a group of kindergartners and first graders and first and second and so forth based on the skills that they need and based on the assessments that we've pulled in. So that's really neat. At the middle school and high school, he's also added credit failures, so you can see, list students based on how many classes they failed, and again, prioritize really trying to get those families to commit and so forth. So really excited about the ability to use our assessment data. We really do have a lot of great assessment data. We're also looking at, for any student who comes in, giving them the NWEA test again at the beginning of summer and then at the end of summer, so opening up a window just for summer school to really see how that growth happens over the summer and being able to track our impact. And again, we'll be using IXL to support some of this and so forth. And then again, at the high school, remediation and high school credit recovery are going to be two key areas. And then something else we're looking at incorporating, we're still in discussion around this, and it's not necessarily needed for our grant application for this week because we have also incorporated already in our Title I and 31A allocations dollars for summer school programming. And so we're looking at how can we add enrichment camps for students in addition to just the academic areas. So maybe in the morning you're attending the academics, but then the benefit is if you come, you get to go to these fun enrichment camps, and you can do it changes every couple of weeks. So one school was talking about dance and cosmetology and art and music and soccer and whoever we can, teachers come up with different ideas. In the afternoon, you don't have to be the same teacher that does in the morning. You can be somebody completely different. So trying to add these enrichment camps as well, we think will be a great incentive. The high school also has some ideas about some enrichment programs that they would offer in the afternoon to get kids excited. But that is not necessarily tied to, again, our grant application, because that really covers, when I say grant application, I'm talking about the 23B ESSER. But because we have some of that other funding in previous grants that we had already allocated, expecting we would always be doing summer school, this gives us even more opportunities. Next slide. And then, so next steps. So really we want to work on finalizing those enrollment projections, utilizing that data dashboard that I talked about. So we have some general ideas of numbers, and we feel pretty good that we're going in high. So we might have to give some money back. And then I've been working with cabinet members specifically around many of these budget projections, transportation. Mr. Garland gave me some numbers this morning. Staffing, working with Ms. Hazlett on finalizing the staffing, again, how much we can pay our teachers and then what that would look like, and then any additional supplies and materials and just kind of ballparking, again, what we think we might utilize there. So that application, we turn that in this week. Along with that application, that is at the same time we update our monthly COVID report. So they did give us, normally that's due by April 5th. They did give us until the, yeah, but they tied this application specifically to our monthly reporting. So they did give us an extension for everyone to be able to do it together because it's all one login. So this week that'll be going in. And again, the areas that I told you, it's actually a very brief application. So it won't take long. It's more the continuous planning that we're going to be continuing to engage in. Next steps, as soon as we get the memorandum of understanding, then we want to do a teacher survey for intent to apply, so we really have a solid understanding of how many teachers would be interested. I know my principals kind of did our principals did a kind of, you know, like a soft survey where they went around and just talked to staff, would you know, who do you, and got some ideas. So then we would post and fill the summer school positions, again, starting with the coordinator first, going out tomorrow. And then also continue to develop and send parent communications, and some marketing materials are all of our next steps. That's it. Any questions on that one?
Thank you very much for all of that. That was,
That's why I can't breathe.
I know.
I do have a question.
Are there any questions from the board? Ms.
Yes,
Evetts?
I have a question. Are these going to go out, can the parents request their child attend summer school, or is it by invitation only?
It is not by invitation only.
Okay.
But we will be targeting students that we know have a huge need to attend.
Okay.
And we've talked to use the word mandate, you know, where if you're looking at, normally you would be retained. The difficult thing with that is this year we would have so many. So we're really trying to identify who are the lowest of the low to really say, you got to come. We need you to come. It's so important that you come. And hoping that these other things will incentivize them as well.
Right.
But we may be mandating some students, but it's not invitation only.
Okay.
It's open to everyone.
And how many hours a day are you thinking?
So 8:30 to, we just talked about this a little bit ago and I didn't write it down. Who remembers? Because we were trying to figure out busing, and that's always the complicated part. I think it was about 3.5
Okay,
hours.
so roughly noon?
Right.
Roughly noon?
Yes,
8 to noon, and then with a little deviation for the elementary because of the bus routes.
right. And we will be providing breakfast and lunch, and there is no additional cost for that because we recoup those dollars, as Ms. Claire told me this morning. I said, what about food service? And she said, oh, we recoup all of that, so that will be incorporated.
And transportation is
Yes.
provided also?
Yes,
Very
yes.
good. Thank you.
Question?
Okay,
Hi, this is Kennard. I have a question.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and I don't know if you answered this or not. If you did, I didn't hear it. I know there was some discussion on last year pertaining to summer school credit hours, how it equates to credit hours during a regular school term. So my question would be, and I don't know if we had brief discussion on it, and I don't know if we resolved it last year, but I know it was some things were done different in terms of identifying what that meant. So my question would be is, with the credit hours in summer school for a student who is looking for credit hours, you know, to help their graduation, or credit hours, you know, however they're looking for, how would that equate to credit hours within a school term?
So I have to pause to answer because I want to make sure I say this correctly. So it's not necessarily what you would consider an equivalent. This is a credit hour, this many hours. So we look at earning credit. We're still going to use Edgenuity, which provides a student who completes Edgenuity a certain amount of credit hours that they normally would have gotten if they'd taken the course in person throughout the whole school year, as long as they complete all the various modules. But one of the things that we're looking at is for Edgenuity for summer school, for example, is a student testing in and testing out. So in other words, I don't have to retake all of the content if I failed the class. I only need to take the content that I struggled with. And so then that's where that extra support with the teacher and providing that extra remediation is they can help the student to fill in the gaps where they failed. So with Edgenuity courses, an Edgenuity course is equivalent to the same credit hour as a semester course, but not necessarily over the same amount of time, if that makes sense. So
Yes, makes a lot of sense. So, in what you just stated, So summer school, so, just for those who haven't thought of it, summer school is just not for students who are struggling with a particular course. Is that correct? Anyone or any student would have the opportunity to attend summer school if they so desire? Is that how we're looking at that? Or is it just for specific students who are struggling with a particular course or needing credit hours?
For high school, we're looking at it strictly for credit recovery because that's offered free. So if you have failed a class, you're behind in classes, any courses that you're behind in or you need to help towards graduation, you're not on track to graduate, then for a high school, that would be for credit recovery. And that is specifically what the grant allows for, is credit recovery. So not for a student wanting to get ahead. If they're on track, they've completed everything, they're moving into their next school year with all the credits they need, it would not be in this case an opportunity to just take extra classes to get ahead. It's really for credit recovery.
And another thing, I know you mentioned transportation at some point. I don't know if I heard it all, but is transportation available for summer school students, or is the students having to provide their own transportation?
Transportation will be provided.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And I do have one question. With it being face-to-face, is there the opportunity to do summer school virtually?
No.
Okay.
Not for this one, because that's part of the concern that has happened over the time is that students, the virtual is where the learning loss has happened. And so it's really a focus of in-person. With one caveat, for high school students who need credit recovery, but not necessarily in what we're looking at some of the core areas. We're really focusing on core for high school credit recovery for the in-person remediation. But let's say I just need like my one social studies class, then that potentially you could do online virtually only. But for the elementary, it really is, we really want to bring our students together with the students. So of course, with the teachers. So of course, again, looking at those small class sizes, 1 to 10, of course, we're going to be following any protocols that still exist at that time, which we would expect that they would. So that's, again, another reason to keep it small. But what we want to get away from is the teaching, virtual and in person at the same time. This is really focused on how do we support our students that have suffered that learning loss because of being out of school and because of being virtual. So right now we're saying no, unless, obviously if there was a requirement to change, then we're gonna roll with it, and we always do, and do the best we can and support our students and families. But certainly we're not looking at doing same time instruction. That is definitely not the case at all.
Thank you, Dr. Laws.
Absolutely.
Dr. Laws, I have a couple questions. You talked about getting a coordinator. Will there be one coordinator, or will we have elementary and secondary?
Elementary, middle, and high school.
Oh, okay, thank you. And does this give us the flexibility to do like more project-based learning, maybe try to meet different learning styles and adapt?
Yes, it gives us lots of flexibility. And some of that, too, we've looked at doing some of the project things more in maybe some of our enrichment in the afternoon camps. We've talked about a STEM camp, we've, different ideas. But definitely with those small groups, more hands-on learning, more just, again, all of that what you're talking about. I think especially at the upper L and middle school levels, trying to change it and do something different. And that's why the need for some curriculum developers, because the amount of time we have left and then doing this work, that we're gonna need teachers who are, committed to trying to put together some of that instruction as well.
And you spoke about Edgenuity being the credit recovery platform. Is there flexibility to add some kind of like face-to-face, whether it's support or whether it's some deviation from all Edgenuity and do some project? Because a lot of times our students who need that aren't successful in traditional classroom
And that is
setting.
exactly what we were talking about with when we were talking about in-person students coming in for credit recovery, not just having them do an Edgenuity course, but really providing small group instruction. If I struggled with algebra, doing more of algebra on Edgenuity on my own isn't going to necessarily help. So it's really important that we have our teachers developing lessons and activities designed to help remediate in those areas. Also, I didn't mention in this, but another thing that I'm exploring, I don't have a commitment yet, but working with EMU to try to get some university students in to help support at the high school, especially for tutoring and so forth. So that's another piece that we're working on. So all of that, yes, but I have to have staff to help design much of that, right? Because that's separate from what we're doing right now.
Right. And I saw that it was talking about the goal is to get one instructor to 10 to 15 students. So if our students take advantage of this, if we could roughly get 60 to 70% of them to take advantage, we'd need a lot of staff. I don't know if we could get that, but what are the qualifications? Is that certified teachers? Can we utilize people who we would normally call for subs, or is there criteria for that?
We've discussed that we would probably be willing to allow building subs and then certified teachers, but probably, and especially building subs who have been already working in our buildings. And we know just through soft surveys that many of our building subs are interested.
Okay,
Yep.
that's great. I'm excited for this program. I mean, it's a great opportunity. I know it's been a lot of work for you, so when everything else is already busy, so thank you for that. And I think it's a good opportunity for us too to embrace our students and focus on the learning loss and closing that gap, but also we have the Meet Up and Eat Up food program, and so we can feed them in the morning and before they leave and offer transportation. And hopefully it's a way for us to stay connected with our students and families. And
Right. We're just hoping we can get enough teachers and then also get the students to come back.
yeah, well, thank you very much.
The last thing on my, well, actually, I have a couple more, but the state testing update and governor's recommendation. So we had just looked at our plans for state testing, which have been in place for quite a while, and looking at what do we need to do, or do we need to make any changes? Do we have to make any changes? And have really determined that staying the course is our best option. Parents have the option to test or not test. They are not required to send students in. Students who are virtual, we offer it to them, but they do not have to come in to take the test, so it really is a parent decision. We are already in the midst of state testing starting tomorrow. Those plans have been put in place for quite a while. We have the materials, and so our test coordinators are prepared to accept whoever shows up and test them. There's no accountability for state testing this year, so really the information that we gather, whether we do it this week or if we even were to put it off for a couple of weeks, we're going to be in the similar boat no matter what, with families who may not want to come in may not want to send their students in for testing. So at this point, we're starting testing tomorrow, and it's for those that choose to take advantage of the testing, and that's what we've communicated, and that's what's being sent to parents as well. So I just wanted to touch upon that because I know there's been a lot over a weekend regarding, we've seen so many emails, so many changes, and at a certain point we have to say, well, what do we do? But do we keep backing out our state testing when the decision's really going to be the same? That families can choose. We said let's just stay with what our current schedule is, which is, this week high school and middle school start, and next week is elementary. And again, it's up to the families if they send them in for testing, and we will accommodate that based on, of course, all of our guidelines for spacing, and nothing changes with any of that. We're testing one grade at a time, and so to ensure that we can continue our protocols. Can I go to the action item? Awesome. So for the action item, I believe this is an annual or biannual board action item in terms of approving schools of choice. So we are asking that the board continue to approve our schools of choice window. Our window goes through the end of September through October 1st, and allows for both in-district school of choice and out-of-district school of choice. I think we've been very successful with utilizing our school of choice program and having families come to Romulus, and we want to really, I think, increase that. And that's our hope moving forward under Dr. E's leadership and direction. We have a lot of great things happening with marketing of our school, so certainly we want to continue to offer our schools of choice. So I would ask the school board to move and approve that if you have any questions.
I do have a question. In the past, there has been a form that the families have filled out regarding
the student that's applying for the school of choice so that we can review their past history at other schools? Will that also follow suit?
That, nothing is changing with our previous practice. It really is just continuing. So yes, we always review that information ahead of time.
Very good, thank you.
Absolutely.
I do have one question, if I may, please. The advertising piece or the marketing piece on this, what will we be doing that will enhance the opportunity to reach students across different areas?
Well, it's so interesting you bring that up. I might actually defer to the superintendent on this one. But I know there's been some work that we've been working on, but our superintendent's really been working on and developing some materials on getting our feedback on materials that we can provide, welcome packets, and he you know, just shared with us today a great document that we've kind of, you know, he's drafted and we've provided input, but we're excited about that. You know, really talking about how do we connect with our realtors. So that's all things that we're discussing. But you know, I am not the marketer. That is not my thing. Although I did help with the postcard that you see there. So I will, with the help of the principals, but yeah. And just as a quick, you know, plug, Kindergarten Roundup, virtual Kindergarten Roundup is this Thursday, and the link, is it posted to our website now? Yeah, the link for the virtual Roundup is posted to our website for the actual event on Thursday, so. But I'm gonna defer on that one.
How, this is a postcard that's being sent out?
It was sent out, yes. Yep, it was sent out to 2,000 plus families, and then we've been delivering those. Ms. Claire's department, they went out and personally were handing them. We gave them to bus drivers to hand to families, schools have, so we've been doing our best to really get the word out about our kindergarten roundup. So that's another example, actually, of when you say what we're doing to market.
Okay.
That's another example, yes.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Laws, you mentioned that we would have the school of choice period end on October 1st. What would the opening date be that you'd like to recommend?
Now?
Okay.
Been open since March.
Yeah, technically, yeah. March 22nd.
Okay.
Any more questions? Thank you. I then move that the Board of I move that the Board of Education approve the Schools of Choice student enrollment for the 2021-2022 school year, effective as of March 22nd and continuing through October 1st.
Support, Wester.
There's no discussion. We can move to roll call.
Beard,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes.
Evitt,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Piles,
Yes,
motion is approved.
motion approved. Now we are on to the report of the Director of Human Resources, Ms. Hazlett.
Good evening.
Everybody got it? Okay, so what I wanted to be able to do with you this evening, you had asked for some information with respect to staffing, specifically with our instructional staff and a practice that we've recently had with signing bonuses. So I wanted to share a little bit of data with you and then talk to you a little bit about recruitment and about some ideas with that. So just for this instructional school year 2021, you can see that we've hired 12 new teachers in a variety of roles at general education, at the elementary, and at the high school level. And then a little history with respect to the signing bonus, which was a relatively new concept for us here in Romulus, and really started with a couple of math positions that we were really struggling in terms of recruiting and filling math positions at the high school level. So the initial idea was to allow the district to offer $3,000 additional pay to try to recruit someone into a math position. So it's been a historical truth about public education that we struggle in terms of recruiting math and science people. This has been something that has been part of public education for a while, that we've been challenged in that area, and especially more so now that so many have been discouraged from pursuing education as a career, especially in the state of Michigan. So it started with that kind of an idea, $3,000 additional payment in 2 equal installments at the end of each semester. But what also was talked about at that time was looking at our salary schedule and providing an opportunity for us to be able to bring people in at the 3rd step on the scale. And so part of our challenge there is that in terms of where our current entry-level step is on our salary schedule, it's not competitive with other districts in Wayne County and with those that we consider our competitors in terms of who touches our borders and where we're recruiting from. And so this signing bonus idea, I think, was in recognition that what our starting pay was going to be a challenge in terms of our ability to attract and recruit talent to our school district. So we further followed up with that 2019-20 agreement to look at specific special education positions, and hoping that if we had this $5,000 signing bonus, $2,500 at the end of the first semester, $2,500 at the end of the second semester, we would be able to successfully recruit and hire for special education positions, school psychologists, speech pathologists, and special education teachers. And then also for this year, for 2021, we kind of moved away from just math or science with respect to the bonus and just kind of opened it all up and said, you know, we're really struggling in our ability to recruit and attract talent in our educational positions. So we'll do a $4,000 signing bonus with 2 equal installments, $2,000 after 30 days of employment, not a whole semester, but after 30 days of employment, and then the balance to be paid when the person stays with us through the end of the year. So in terms of how effective has that been or not been, we'd really need to look at some of our other data, which is a little challenging for me to pull together for us now in terms of what our trends have been. Anecdotally, I feel like it's been a positive impact when we've been trying to recruit for the special education positions, for some of the general education positions, to also be able to say, you know, we have a signing bonus, and if you join us, you know, in addition to your compensation, you know, here's this other piece. But what it really creates for us going forward is now into your second year of employment, we don't have that additional bonus for you. It was just for your first year. So when all is said and done, where does that leave you in terms of netting out with your pay as we look at how we're going to try to handle that going forward? So we've entered into some really productive conversations with our teachers union about the need to be more competitive with respect to our compensation, and that's something that we're trying to address through the appropriate channels of bargaining and negotiations. So I wanted you to know that we were aware that we have those challenges there, and that we're thinking about creatively what can we do about that. And then you'd also asked with respect to what are our current open positions. So I just wanted to give you a snapshot there. In terms of instructional positions, you can see we have a couple of school psychologists, a couple of social workers, science at the middle level, a couple of high school positions, a couple of elementary positions. And then those general education paras, those were additional positions that we added to support the in-person learning. So we've only been able to hire some of those, so we're still trying to recruit for that kind of help. We're also open to the idea of adding some more building substitute teacher help, because we're just trying to get some more help in the building, which brings up another point in terms of recruiting, looking at our daily sub rate for our daily subs. So right now, Romulus pays $102 a day for a daily sub, and our competitors are at $110. So we're really looking at making a change there and moving that to $120 a day. And then our current building sub, permanent building subs are making $140. So we want to make an adjustment there with respect to them as well and move them to $160. And that leads us to those couple of dates that Dr. Lafayette Lau shared with you, where we're pulling a lot of instructional staff and leaders out of the building so we can do that necessary professional development. So we're looking at a premium rate with respect to how to attract and cover those absences, because it's so important to be able to have that time to work together collaboratively and to know that your classroom is covered and that you aren't worried about, what's happening with your kids while, we're trying to do professional development with you. So we're looking to implement that right away and try to get that word out and try to advertise so that we're able to recruit building subs and look at adding a few more building subs at our buildings if we aren't able to successfully recruit people in the paraeducator role. We just want some more support there for us going forward, and to bring them on board now where we have an opportunity to build a relationship with them, where they have an opportunity to feel connected to our organization, then that's going to serve us well going forward in the future years. But I will also share with you that things like signing bonuses and incentive pays are really a short-term solution to an ongoing issue for us. So what I'm really thinking about is, what does our recruitment strategy need to look like? What kind of program do we currently have with respect to student teachers? Where are our relationships with some of the colleges, community colleges and universities in our backyard? And how can we start really developing and building those relationships? Because what we want to do is create a channel, a talent pool for people to come into our organization, get exposed to our organization, see how really awesome we are, and then want to join our team. So that's going to take a more thoughtful and structured approach that I'm looking to develop for us going forward. But absolutely, addressing some of these other things with respect to our current compensation, where that falls competitively with other districts, is something that we need to address. And as I said, we're going to be working to address that through the bargaining and negotiation process. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I do have a question, please.
Go ahead.
As far as recruitment fairs, I know in the past we've done some really creative things as far as going to the different universities and things like that, or even establishing a recruitment fair. And I know with the pandemic being a major problem, has there been any consideration of having virtual recruitment fairs here from the district? Inviting people to get online and talk with them about possibilities and about the bonuses and that type of thing.
So we're participating in those colleges and universities who are doing their job fairs virtually. So we're trying to make sure that we have a presence with respect to that. But in terms of housing something here in our school district, that's something that I have ideas for the subsequent year. Right now we have April, May, and June to get ourselves through, but in terms of, if we think of Romulus Community Schools, and I do, as an employer in our community, so then what are other opportunities that we have to reach out to promote ourselves as an employer? And what are the benefits that you have in terms of working here? Because I think we can create a really awesome work environment. That's one of the beauties of working in education, is that people come into it because their hearts are in the right place. They want to make a difference with children, and that's very inspiring and can be really fun. And so those are things that balance whatever, pay issues we may have compared to the private sector, but it's really about how do we build that kind of engaging work environment so that when you come, you also stay, right? So, it's the turnover aspect that has more consternation for us. And we have an awesome staff who've had longevity. So then what's our forecast for anticipating, as people may be ready to move on to other aspects of their life, come to a close of their educational career, then, we need to be developing pathways for those things. So I have a lot of ideas. I'm an idea girl. I have a lot of ideas with respect to that. And right now we're trying to recruit for what we currently have, what rates of pay we currently have, and do our best to bring people on board so they can get to know us. Another question?
Yes, this is Trustee Kennard. I have a question pertaining to staff and professional development and career path. And from what I have observed in the last year and a half, and one of the things that retained, and this is just my personal opinion, based on my experiences with organizational development and engagement of staff, that the opportunity for professional advancement and career path is established. Employees find that they have ownership and part of that process. And so those who are looking for those types of avenues, the organizations have found that when organizations offer those types of things, and particularly in higher education and K-12, that those individuals who start and have the autonomy to want to stay with the organization. So that was just something that just came to my mind as I was listening to the question that Trustee Terrell had asked you, and plus what you were sharing with us. So my question would be, has there been any talk for career professional paths for our employees and staff? And if not, is that something that could be looked into in some type of discussions at some point as we begin to develop and do things that we're doing, cleaning up and identifying things in our human resources? Thank you.
So I would say yes, absolutely, to those kinds of ideas. And as Dr. Edmond can attest to, one of my first conversations with him was all about talent development and career pathing, and a lot of ideas that I have with respect to that. And we have really awesome opportunities for our instructional staff. But we also have another whole half of our employees that are not instructional staff that we also want to think about in terms of professional development, training opportunities, and career pathing. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Any other
Savage.
questions?
Yes, are these postings on our website, these current job postings?
So the general education paras just closed a week ago Friday. So we're communicating, so those are not currently, those just closed April 5th, I think was the deadline for that. So checking with our building administrators to see what their candidate pool looks like. So we do intend to repost those because their candidate pools are awful shallow.
And so all but the paras are on the website, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I have a question about the $4,000 signing bonus. Are they hired in at step 3?
Not necessarily. So we can't go higher than step 3 right now with respect to what we're offering. And for a brand new teacher with no experience, then we probably wouldn't be looking at step 3, but we are offering the signing bonus.
So if we currently have employees that are at step 3, teachers that are at step 3, you're hiring someone at their level, making $4,000 more this year.
So when our agreement was that we could go up to step 3, it was because at that point in time, we did not have any employees that were were at step 3 or below. Because we're very conscious of that, not wanting to introduce that internal competition and feel that the time that you've worked in Romulus isn't as valuable as the time that you worked outside of Romulus. So we're very sensitive to that particular point. And so when that agreement was reached about being able to bring in people at step 3, it was because at that time we didn't have any of our teaching staff that were at step 3. They were all above that step.
I have a question to that also, and if I remember, when we entered into that bargaining agreement, the being able to hire teachers at a step 3 didn't take effect until, and Teresa, maybe you can help me out, it didn't come into effect until I think the following year, so that nobody would hire in at a higher step than our current teachers. But we hit that level where now we are able to hire in new teachers at step 3, and that was our way of compensating for, we didn't have a competitive beginning salary for new teachers. So that window's closed, we're now able to hire at step 3. So are we not doing that across the board?
So I would have to review in terms of these 12 staff that I shared with you about where they were hired, because most of those happened just before I arrived. When we have someone who has experience, then we're offering them step 3. If we can't attract a talent person, then we're offering them step 3, because it's about trying to fill our vacant positions right now.
Okay.
And they're getting the signing bonus.
Right. Okay. I am glad you brought that up, so we can check, because I thought at this point, everybody would be on step 3, whether they were a current employee, step 3 or above, I'm sorry, whether they were a current employee or they had hired in, so that we didn't have new employees passing our current employees, but that was my understanding of that bargaining agreement. And then my other question is with you said the math positions received a $3,000 stipend, and then we were looking at special ed teaching positions and other teaching positions at $4,000. And then I see that the school psychologist, both part-time and full-time, has a $5,000 signing bonus. So how are those amounts determined?
Those amounts were determined prior to my arrival to Romulus Community Schools, so it was the district and the teachers union agreeing to those dollar amounts, thinking that they would be the amount required to attract and recruit talent.
For all of the positions across the,
Yes,
Math?
as these categories. No, for the math was for the 1920 year. So now we're in the 2021 year. So the two agreements we have in place for the 2021 year are a $5,000 signing bonus for a special education position, and that's any special education position. So whether that's a resource room, or that's a speech pathologist, or a school psychologist, or a social worker for special ed, those are all eligible for that. Okay. And then we have a broader umbrella than what we've had before in that $4,000 signing bonus for any other general education position. So I think we started off with like a targeted approach, hard to recruit math, and then we moved into a broader approach.
okay. So the school psychologists and those are new for 2021, the $5,000 signing bonus, that's a 2021 arrangement?
Yes, yes.
And will we take these arrangements forward into 21, 22?
So I think that is a great question, and one that I want to pause in terms of answering, because I think it's we're trying to work out what I would consider to be a better solution, but again, that's subject to negotiations.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Cooper, under the report of the Director of Integrated Technology.
It came up, and I just wanted to just give a very quick report of how on our school district website, we do have all of our school calendars. I just want to kind of give a quick reminder overview, so I'm going to be displaying it up on our website, I'm sorry, on the TV, and I also want to make sure I display this for those at home, so give me 1 second. Making sure I'm displaying everything correctly. All right, so on our school district website, we've actually had, every school has a calendar, which all can be very easily gotten into from the quick link section below our banner. It's also underneath our district menu right there. All the events on the district calendar are maintained and are part of our negotiated calendar. Each school has their own calendar that they can put their own specialized events on there. So for example, you kind of see the state testing that I put onto this calendar. As an individual at home, a parent, a board member, a staff member, there's this little arrow right here. You can actually select and turn off the visibility of whatever calendar you want to see right here. Okay, and every school has their own calendar. You can also, as part of this, just to let you know, in the bottom right corner, there's a calendar. So if you actually went to this on your phone, you can actually click on this link right here, and you can actually add the calendar to your phone, your own personal calendar, so that you have view access right there on your phone, so you can have it anywhere you need. So again, just want to make sure it's out there so the public knows that we have our calendar, always available to everybody on there. It is in a digital format, but as always, there's also a printable calendar which you can click on and print if you needed to. Okay. And any questions on it?
Are we still using the app with the calendar? Or or are we just?
That expired.
Okay.
The contract that expired.
Okay.
I think over a year ago. That
Great.
was a former
Yeah.
PR person.
Thank you.
I just want to say to the board, this came up in a one-on-one meeting with a board member, just about we could do a little bit better on our end, letting you know when some things, some important events occur. We have a district calendar, but we have to do better. As we've talked in our last month or so, most of us here that are new, we don't know what we don't know until we find out. And then you find out and you have to address them. So this is one that we're on our building principles as well as you have to keep this calendar updated. You need to keep it updated so that, you know, as I understand, we missed an important event. All of us at this table missed an important event in March. I never heard of it, never knew about it. Then I found out about it in April. And so I addressed it with our cabinet that we have to do better. And, you know, I accept that. I didn't know. None of us knew. But I accept that, and I say that we're going to get better. And I just wanted you to know that we have this district calendar, so there is no intention of leaving you out. I was left out. And all of us were left out, but we're going to do better and make certain that we have these district calendar for you all as much as possible, particularly next year, when you hit the reset button. We'll be able to have these events for you and let you know well in advance. They'll be on the calendar, but we'll try to give you some, some leeway, reminder where it pops up for you. So my apologies on that event. I know it's very important to a lot of board members. Didn't know.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. We now will have the report of the manager of operations, Mr. Bill Darling.
Well, good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Happy Monday. I'm happy to report that the students and families that requested a return to in-person learning after the spring break have been given routes, and these were placed on this and are now available in the Parent Connect and can be utilized by them as of today. And I really would like to give a shout out to our transportation. This year has, in the full pun is intended, created many roadblocks for our education system. And they have been able to navigate around them and have been good partners with us in doing so. We have tasked them, Sophia, Dr. Laws, and our team have tasked them with many challenges, and they have rose to the occasion. She mentioned Scott Rourke and the remarkable work that he does, and all the testing. We had to have specialized bus routes this year for our students, and so that added an extra layer of work for our transportation team. And I'm just really proud of all the work that's going on here within the district, the direction it's heading in. Under the leadership of Dr. Edmondson. And I just think that as we continue to move forward, we also have to be a little grateful to those who are not only taking the lead, but doing the work in the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Questions? Okay, moving on to the report of the superintendent. Dr. Edmondson, you are up.
We'll see. I'd rather stand up because I'm sitting there and it's too long for me. So I just have some things I wanted to talk about the millage briefly. I was always told, look at the board. Don't look at everybody else. So look at the board. When you interview, they tell you, look at the board. Don't look at the crowd. So I just wanted to say in terms of the millage, there's different sides to the community. I don't know the different sides. Bottom line is I'm the superintendent, so I go wherever. I'm not interested in going to certain communities and leaving others out. Bottom line is I'm out here doing this, grinding hard on this millage, doing as much as I possibly can, putting together pamphlets, documents, talking to people. I had an 83-year-old lady called me the other day. It was a wonderful moment for me. And by the time I finished, she said to me, I already knew those answers. I just wanted to know if you were going to tell me the truth. And I really appreciated that because I gave her the truth. There are, and thanks to the board, more so than anyone, that there are a lot of, there's a lot of misinformation that circulates. There's a lot of mistrust. It is what it is. But my goal is to make sure that I'm getting out there, spreading the word, telling people about what this millage is and what it is not. This millage does not, the renewal and restoration part does not impact homeowners. I keep saying it over and over and over. But yet there are people in the community that say, yes, it does, because if I'm renting property and I raise the rate, well, that has nothing to do with the millage. That's you as a property, as a landlord, saying that you're choosing to do that. Okay, don't make that incumbent upon us that, oh, we take that. That's not the case. That's a landlord. All landlords aren't going to do that. And we're asking for 40 cents, an additional 40 to 50 cents per $1,000. I believe it's per $1,000 on taxable value of a business, not of a home. So I have created this document for you all to share. I hope that you share it readily in the community. I worked hard on that because I was thinking about things that people, you know, whether they're in this community or not, the sheet that we have really makes sense. You know, as board members, you hear what I hear all the time. How many times is the school going to tax me? When I was going through classes, they told me if you have 4 or 5 kids, okay, that have gone through a school system, then you really don't need to say anything because essentially you've gotten it for free, okay? Even though you're paying a little bit of taxes, because in the grand scheme of things, we don't tax homeowners. Where homeowners are being taxed is the sinking fund, okay, and the enhancement millage. The enhancement millage was countywide. That was not our district, it was countywide. So it passed countywide, and then that does fall upon your community. So you have a sinking fund that ends. I don't have the dates in there, but you can see it's on that paper. We have a sinking fund. Let me look at the ladies here, too. Don't want to forget you all. I can see you here. We have a sinking fund that impacts homeowners. We have an enhancement millage that impacts homeowners. Bonds, you usually have those out there, and you know we've gotten some of our bonds are being renewed, and some of them, the debt is being reduced to our community, and that will happen as well. But this millage is an operating millage. It's a renewal and restoration that impacts businesses, landowners, landlords, and industries, okay? That's what we're asking. So anybody that tells you they're going to tax us again, no, we're not, okay? This is a business. This is for businesses. And I will share that in my work, I do visit businesses, and I'm completely honest with them and open about what happens when you fail, and what happens when you pass. Okay, we're asking our district we're asking our businesses to renew and to restore. Okay, we all know that you can lose your school district. It happens. Okay, I'm not going to let it happen here. I'll do whatever I have to do to make sure that that doesn't happen, and I certainly welcome your support in doing that. But in that being said, I have gone to a business that I asked to create signs for us, a yes sign. As of now, they committed. As of now, they just want to know how much. But based on how much they make every day, I would say that's not even an issue. But they said that they would do that. I asked for 200 yes signs. If we can get those done, and I have to follow up this week, if we can get those done, I will give you all, as board members, some to just give out to community members. And we're going to do some work here, and we're going to work with the REA, who's been very, very helpful in this endeavor as well. This is a community endeavor. Again, I'm very excited. The pamphlet that we put together, we've done videos. Coop's been gracious in allowing me to do some videos here and just continuing to get the word out. You know, I put this in my update to you all, and I say it all the time. I used to say this in other districts, and I'll say it here. When you're number one in town, when you're the best show in town, you're not worried about anybody else coming into town because you're the best show in town. Okay, that never worries me. But my goal is to be the best show in town. And right now, I don't think we're the best show in town, because if we were, we wouldn't have to worry about parents going elsewhere. And that's what drives me every single day. Okay, my own competitive spirit. It's not competitive against another district. It's me saying, we're here and we're going to be the best show in town. It takes time to do it. You go through frustrations along the way, but absolutely, we're going to be the best show in town. And that leads me to the next thing that I have for you, is that I have a welcome packet. I was fortunate enough to set up a meeting with the mayor and Bob McCrate, who is, I always mix up Bob's job. What's his official title? Building supervisor. So we went around Romulus, the 36 miles, I think, square miles, or 38, something like that. We went around and we talked. Okay, that's what we did. We talked. That wasn't our first time. I told them about our dreams and aspirations and what my dreams and aspirations are as the superintendent. We visited new home construction. I didn't even know that there was new home construction, but I've seen it, and I told our cabinet, we got a plan. Okay, I don't want to tell you what the plan is because it only works if you surprise, by surprise. So I have a plan, and basically, without saying it, is I want to know what people are saying about our district. If I'm going to buy a home here, what do they say? Where do they tell you to go to school? Where do they tell you to put your kids? Okay, and I'm going to find out that information, and I'm going to report it. Okay, and I'm going to report it to them. But with the mayor's help, we're going to do a welcome. I have done a welcome packet for us. David Cooper, if you would be so kind to just show the first part. We are coming up with, this will be a folder that we have. This is page 2. Page 2 of the folder is our neighborhood. Just again, that's our neighborhood. That's who, when you move in, this is the neighborhood. This is your neighborhood. And I'm telling folks that you need to invest in your neighborhood, okay? You don't move in, this is my opinion, you don't move into a school and choice out. Why'd you move in? If you don't want to be part of the school, why'd you move in, again? And if you're moving in because the property value is so low, but you're going somewhere else, why do you think the property value is so low? And these are tough conversations to have with people, but you have to be direct. Move down. First page that will be the front of our welcome, the new destination spot for families choosing Western Wayne County. Now, Coop, can you go to the letter for me, please? And I won't read it to you. I have given you all a copy. Just want you to get an idea of what it says. That's inside. Then the welcome to Romulus, Michigan. A couple of things that I want you to know because I put it somewhat in a brief, but not completely. But, we have to be the people that are the greatest champions of our school. If you're waiting for somebody else to do it, it doesn't happen. You've got to be the conductor or, somebody else says the maker of the music. We have to be the maker of our own music. But ideas, expanding our preschool options, committing to small class sizes, incorporating a swimming program in elementary schools, programming world language in our middle school, revamping our CTE program, introducing a senior class internship, offering a free adult education program, providing virtual option for parents preferring children to stay at home, selling all of our properties that are offline, and continuing our commitment to all students having their own laptop. These are just some of the things. I want people to know when they move in this district that we're a viable option. We should be, in my opinion, the option, but we're not. So you work hard to be the option. Okay, for everyone to know in the state of Michigan is losing, by 2022, they were supposed to lose 8% from 2020. 8% of the families are leaving. Okay, so we're all schools are experiencing this rush and this, oh my gosh, what do we do? We're gonna lose funding. So we have to actively go out and promote, and that's what you have in me. I'm gonna absolutely promote the things that we're doing. School of choice, so imagine you're a new homeowner and you don't know anything about the school district. Here's the information that you have. Keep going, Coop, if you don't mind. Contact information here. Board of Education meetings. I kind of set the tone that this is not a clown show when you come to the board meeting. This is business here. And I asked them that if they have any concerns, you go to your classroom or your building first, then you come here to the cabinet, then you go to the superintendent. If I don't give you the answers, then you go to the board. This is not a clown show. This is a business meeting that we have. It says it there. Job availabilities, when I talked to Ms. Hazlett, she said, why don't we put something in here like this? These are the jobs that we are always posting for. So let people know that, hey, you want to work here? You can work here. We have a position for you. Last thing is some partnerships. These are organizations that have really partnered with us. It's not about getting money or gift cards. It's people that actually care about the things that we're doing in this district. Now, I apologize if there's some that have been left out for whatever reason. I know somebody will be blowing me up soon. What about me? Well, what about you? Okay, what about you? If I forgot you, then maybe you need to remind me why you're a community partner. So we have this information, and then stay connected. I have to give Ms. Vice President Piles, he told me, scoop from the soup. That's going to be my new monthly update. That's what it's called. When I was in Ypsilanti, I had the soup scoop. I had a golf cart. Well, I don't have that anymore. I have the scoop from the soup. So I'm going to give information just like I normally do to our community because I want them to know, again, I got to be the chief communicator, letting people know what's going on with our school district. A couple of things, and then I'm out. I met with the Chamber of Commerce last week. Well, was it this week? It was Monday? Yeah, so it just blurs. Everything's a blur. So I met with the Chamber of Commerce last week. Had a great time talking to them about what we do. And I was so glad to get 2 emails that just said, I love your energy level and your vision and how you're trying to move the district forward. I'm glad they see that. Okay, I'm glad that they saw that. And this was virtual. I can imagine what it was if it wasn't. But it was virtual. And, you know, I'm going to be that person that's going to continue to be out here for this district because I love what I do. There's no other way to say it. If I didn't, I think people would know it. I love what I do. I love the challenge. That's the thing that gets me most is the challenge. And for me, it's about, can we do it? Nothing else. Can we do it? And will we do it? And how do we do it? And I say this all the time, and I'm going to say this in front of the board again. I love coming to work because of the people that are sitting in this room right here. Right here. Okay, we work really hard. And I wrote on here, these tight timelines from the governor, I don't blame her, but these are tight timelines. And what do? They create stress. They create stress. Getting up every day. Somebody that's a great cheerleader today came in today totally down, and we all felt it. We all felt it because we're all feeling it. And that's all I'm going to ask you is sometimes press the brake for us and not the accelerator because this is hard to do all these tight timelines and changing this and changing that and parents not happy. And relatively, we don't have that problem here with parents upset, but we're in a pandemic still. Okay, and all the hoops that we have to jump through, we're trying the best that we can do for you and for everybody else. I'm going to end by saying I had a great time last week riding the school bus because that's what I do. I mean, I like to do that. So I just want you to know the numbers. I'm looking at the high school numbers daily. They're low. Even with the 220 kids that are supposed to be here, we're not getting 220, not even close. Not even close. But we also allow that. We allow that if you don't come in, that's why we have the virtual. You can do the virtual. Okay, but we're not getting 220. And I know what the governor put out on Sunday and things. Hey, listen, please let people know that they don't have to bring their child to school. Okay, we still have that virtual option. Keep them home. If you're concerned, stay home. Okay, and we're all concerned. But stay home. It's okay. We have the technology to do those things. But riding the bus was great. There were 5 kids on the bus. They all got off on the same spot. Then I was left with me and the bus driver. And I took pictures because I was very proud and I wanted to share that. I did not share that with Miss Mitchell and Miss Hollis, but it was a great ride. I landed up coming back, but just to see that, and I read this book once talking about, I don't think it was Good to Great, but it was just talking about how no matter what job you have, you still have pride. That sometimes we look at somebody that might be a maid or somebody that works at a hotel, we have this attitude about it, like, ooh, I'd never do that. But the pride that people bring in their job, no matter what they have or what job they do, they have pride. And I saw that on display when I was riding on the bus, and the care that she had for her students. When I got up, she was spraying. I mean, that'll make you feel crazy when you get up and somebody sprays your seat. Like, hey, for real, I mean, I showered up, I don't know what to say. But she sprayed the seat, and she sprayed everything, and she stopped the bus, because I was wondering, why are we stopping? Okay, theory and practice, because we have to. She stopped the bus and cleaned up the bus. Miss Mika, that was her name, Miss Mika, bus 11. And I just want you to know that we're trying everything that we can to keep students safe. We're trying to keep staff safe. We're trying to follow this order, that order, jump through this, jump through that. We're trying to do the best that we can. And, you know, I appreciate working here, and I appreciate leading the district and the confidence that you have in me. So just wanted to say those things, and then I might be able to sit down.
Any questions? Are there any questions from board members for Dr. Edmondson?
I will say something because I did forget to say it. A couple board members made me aware about the dashboard. It's been updated. It was updated, except the date. The person did not change the date. So it makes it look like we're stuck on March 24th, Groundhog Day. And it's not. So everything is up to date now. And I believe, Sophia, what was it, Dr. Laws, what do we have, 5, 4, not even, right, 3? And Health Department, CDC too, keeps changing. So we're trying to keep up with that. Every time that changes, we're trying to keep up. We are very clear that for those that they have to prove that they had the vaccine, and if you've had it up to 2 weeks previously, then if you've been exposed, you can still come to work. Just so that you know, if you've been exposed and you had the vaccine, but you have to be able to show your card so that we know. And again, it feels really invasive to have to do those things, but that's what we have to do now. So if somebody, I see Ms. Terrell's looking at me, but if somebody is, we've had somebody that was exposed, but for the fact that she had the vaccine in February, she was there kind of with us, she was able to report to work because she didn't have any symptoms. But that's my biggest fear is like, oh, did they change the rules today, or did they change the law today? I don't even think it's law, but did they change? So again, we're trying the best that we can, and I just appreciate your support when these things go on. We're trying the best that we can, and we're trying to keep up with all the information as it changes daily.
Thank you. Dr. Edmondson, I do have a question that I was asked, and I don't know the answer. When we look at our COVID dashboard, if we have students who, like Friday, are included in this number, and then we get more confirmed cases at some point this week, are those in addition to, or do the old ones drop off?
I know we drop them off, but I don't know when. You definitely drop them off.
Drop 'em
Yeah,
off,
because
but
it
like-
looks crazy, you know?
No,
people
I know
say
you
it.
drop them off, but if it's like a week, if it's a week between, are those numbers, are some of those still old?
I'm trying to figure. Right.
Right,
Once
so,
once
okay,
the,
so
once
they
the
would
time is
stay,
passed,
okay.
you drop them.
Right.
Once the time is
And
passed.
quarantine is now what? Is it 10 days, or did it?
14.
Oh.
14.
Okay,
It just changed.
okay. I know it's always changing.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we have a positive case, that case will be in there for 14 days. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Miles?
Yes, Ms. Terrell?
I saw her looking.
Dr. Edmondson, I did ask about the dashboard, but I'm interested in the recommendation that the governor made, which was a pause for the high school. Are we at all considering that? Oh, first of all, before I even say that, I think Dr. Laws and the staff and everyone has done an excellent job with dealing with the situation that we have at hand. And I just wanted to know if we are considering what the governor has said as far as the 2-week pause, and is there a scenario that we would consider pausing?
The answer is yes, and I was wondering how you let Dr. Laws off. I mean, she got off real quick. She had mentioned the governor's recommendation. I didn't hear it. And then she sat down and nobody said anything. I said, oh, okay, we're good. I will say this, that we've talked about that a lot, but I need you to know, first of all, that the Wayne County superintendents and the executive directors and the HR directors all have their separate meetings, and we all talk about most of the schools in the county are staying the course because of the huge disruption. We all have testing this week, too. Pushing that back and trying to figure that out. So what we're offering our parents is if you'd like to stay home and we have the capability, then stay home, but we're just trying to stay the course. We look at our dashboard, and I was wondering, we haven't really discussed what that number would be, but I can tell you there's a neighboring school district that is closed because they had too many teachers and students in quarantine. We don't have that problem right now. And, I would say that we probably, based on what I saw, I would say we have 20% of our student body in school. Lower? It's lower than that? High school is lower than that. Yeah, for sure, it's lower than that. So, we have had the discussion. I don't have an answer for you per se as to what that number would be, but we're looking at it every day to make a decision if we certainly have to. Yes. I did see something also that said each school district does not know, you can't, but 75% of all teaching staff across the nation has been received their vaccine. So I'm just assuming with that number that we're there somewhere.
I forgot when we went into your report, Dr. Edmondson, that I had removed the bills from payment from the consent agenda. So that should have been the first topic, so I apologize for that under your report. I had emailed questions, and I understand that it was late in the day. So if we could just bring that up next time or at another meeting to give time to get those answers.
I have the answers now.
Oh.
Go forward with it.
And you are, ma'am? No, you get the
Oh, sure.
mic.
Okay, the first question was about the utilities for Merriman. We do pay those because the bills are in our name, and then we get reimbursed from them. We have to bill them for those according to our agreement with them. Okay, number 2, DTE, it said, why do we pay them? And New Energy. New Energy is our gas company, and DTE is electricity, and they're paid monthly. Number 3, the GFF, Gordon Foods. The reason that's charged to maintenance is it's bottled water for during the COVID, and we can't charge that to food service. It's not allowed by the state of Michigan. Number 4, Don Sovey, that's his last payment. He's no longer with us, and his total was $37,218. Number 5, that account is used for ACHs that are returned. We really need to change the name on it because we are now paying accounts payable through ACH. So when we pay through payroll, sometimes they'll come back because the employee would give us bad information. Unfortunately, sometimes vendors do now too. So if the ACH is returned, we hit that account, then we write them a check and hit the account to pay them the money that we owe them. We write the check because the ACH didn't work. Number 6, SFE. The reason we're spending a lot on paper is we're boxing up the food for the families. You know, for the whole week, it's in a box, and so there's a lot of, you know, wrapping of the various items, and then it comes in a box. So we do spend a lot on paper products because of that. This account number, it is business cards, receipt books, stuff like that, but there are some late fees that have been charged there prior to December when people work from home. ORS was paid late. There was some ORS fees, and credit card that was paid late. Late fees were charged there. There have been none since January, since we've been back in person. Any more questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. I do have a question regarding the Constellation New Energy is our heat fuel, and DTE is just the electricity? Is that what you had?
Yes, DTE's electricity, and then the other one, I'm sorry, I said New Energy. It was Constellation.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I knew what you meant. So on our check register with DTE, we have both electric and heat fuel for both buildings under DTE. That's why I had that question.
You mean the description? You see DTE under 2 different account numbers?
No, it's DTE, and then it'll show heat fuel in a building, and then electric in that same building in 2 different amounts.
Yeah, because one's gas and one's electricity. So like, at each building, some things are gas and some things are electric. Just,
Okay, so that part goes through DTE.
yes, the electric portion.
Okay.
Yes.
Even though it says get heat on both, heat on the Constellation and heat on DTE. Heat fuel on both.
And I'm about to eat her ass up.
I'd have to see the registry for that.
Which
maybe there's a typo there or something, because DTE
Yeah, this is our description, so
Yeah.
I think we might have typed it,
Because every month it reads like that.
but DTE does not, we don't buy heating fuel from them at all, do we?
No,
It's all electric, it's just, it's probably misclassified between, but it's, DTE is of just electricity, they don't provide heat.
it's probably an old description, is what I would think it was, because at one time we got heat from DTE and electric. But the government made these companies able to come in and sell us gas at lower cost. So I think if we investigated a little further,
I
that,
think the account number needs to have a better, description. I'll
Yes.
Fix the description, so that won't happen again.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then as far as the Merriman Building, are we sending the invoices and are they reimbursing us for those? And the reason I ask is, we had a bad experience as a district, as a landlord a while ago, and part of the agreement was that that we would be reimbursed for the utilities, but we were obligated to submit them to this group every 30 days. And because that didn't happen, there was the legal loophole, and they weren't responsible. So I don't want us to, get in that situation, so.
We haven't been reimbursed yet, but I'm not worried because, we can shut them off. There's nothing in our agreement that would, we wouldn't do that, obviously. We would warn them before they hand, but I don't think it'll be an issue. And they want to buy the building.
Right.
So I don't think they want
They
to,
gave us a deposit,
yeah. We have
yes, a
deposit.
large,
significant.
They gave, yeah, right.
a
they
large
gave us
deposit
deposit.
as that caveat, to make sure that they would pay those utilities, and some of the different testing that goes on there, such as, the fire systems and those type of things.
Do you remember
Dr.
what that
Edmondson
deposit
made sure
was?
of that.
I want to say 60,000.
Yes,
Is it that much?
60.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was 60,000.
yeah.
Okay. And, because I believe we entered into that agreement in October, so it's been about 6 months. So again, with the utilities being in our name, we would hope they would reimburse us, but again,
Oh, yeah. I'm not,
we just,
that's just a simple drive over there if we have to. They've been good stewards.
Yes, and they are doing a lot of work. They're invested now
right.
in the building.
Yeah, I believe that. We see them working daily, so that's a good thing. I just do want to follow up because we were burnt before, not repeat.
Okay.
Not
the
gonna
same.
happen.
We'll get that
right-
together.
Not gonna
we'll get
happen.
on
Thank
it.
you.
Make sure they're.
And then that last account number you gave us, number 7, was asked about because there was I think $173,000 expenditure from that, so.
We received money that was really the city of Romulus. A check came here on accident. We deposited it without, just with our deposits. Then we realized it was not our money. We had to, so that's account we put it in, and we took it out of there. So it was an in and an out. And and I told them, do not pay them until we know that check's gonna clear. I don't wanna give $172,000 when, something's wrong with the check. We waited. And when we knew it was good and it cleared, we went ahead and paid the city of Romulus back the money.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Quicken Loans sent me 2 of the same checks. I'm just saying. I didn't cash one, though. I just want to say to the board, too, it's been wonderful having Jewel on board. I know all of us would say that we love having her on board. It's not airing your dirty laundry. The fact is, we had 14 findings, and we are dedicated to making certain that we're not even close to that next year, and having her here. And we learn more and more every day. When you continue to dig deeper, you learn more. So thank you, Jewel, for even responding that fast to Vice President Piles' questions and the Finance Committee.
Thank you for that. So then I will make a motion that the Board of Education approve the bills for payment as submitted by Jewel Claire, the Interim Director of Finance.
Support.
Roll call?
Beard,
Yes.
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Lester, yes. Piles.
Yes. Motion carries. Report of the board subcommittees. Is there a report for that tonight?
Yes, this is Kennard. So I just wanted to bring the board up to date with the finance committee. First, I want to thank Joel Claire for meeting with us today. We had several inquiries from board members pertaining to finances, and so I submitted that information to Debbie Powell, who at some point will be submitting. I guess she's going to send all that information to you via email pertaining to the questions and the feedback that we received from that. The committee members consisted of myself and Trustee Denise Terrell and Trustee Sue Evans, and we met briefly, just to talk about, where we should be in terms of understanding how K-12 budgeting and finances is done, and then looking at it from a broader perspective in terms of board governance and what we should be looking at in terms of forecasting and perhaps getting aligned with understanding how that's done to help us in terms of focusing on long-term goal setting for the board. So we're going to be meeting regular with Ms. Claire to try to identify what that should be and what it looks like. And also the main thing is for, us to be advocates in terms of being able to communicate to our fellow board members, how the budget, some of the general questions that we're not familiar with and normally not provided generally information on how it's derived and understanding how all of this works. So the meeting that we got out of it today was that also there's the Michigan Association of School Board has a calendar for board members throughout the year where there are certain things that we should be working toward as a board. And so we're going to try to bring that information in terms of explanation and clarification so that we're on target as we meet those deadlines towards year end at the beginning of the year. So for the month of March, some of the things that we should have had conversations with as a board is to be reviewing the budget policies and protocols such as the fund balance, budget restrictions, and et cetera. And for the month of April that's coming up, we need to know information on and act on non-renewable employees, what that dollar amount should be. That information should be coming to us. And also we should be having a workshop, budget workshop, presented to the board on what the budget is, and also to review the ISD. And ISD is Intermediate School District, which is our Wayne RESA. They normally give us a report around about in April, and then in May that we approve that at one of our meetings. And then as we move into June, we should be holding our public hearing on the budget. So in all of that, for all of that to happen, there are things that have to happen internally, and there are conversations that need to be held. And so in talking with Ms. Claire, we're going to try to reach those goals and bring that information to the board so that as we move into June 30th, year-end closing, that information, we've had conversations and not doing it at the last minute. The committee was very, very appreciative of the information that was provided to us from Ms. Claire, and she was very accommodating with, as a matter of fact, she was the one who recommended that we meet on a more regular basis so that the board can get the information to help us make those types of, have those types of conversations and decisions that we may have to as we look at the governance piece of what the board should be doing. So that's what we want to report to you from the Finance Committee. I don't know if Susan or Denise had anything they want to add to it.
No, I don't at this time.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennard. Possibly at an upcoming meeting, if the board can look at our schedules and maybe set up a study session or some kind of maybe a finance workshop. So as we coordinate the superintendent evaluation and we prioritize the district goals, focusing on maximizing positive impact on our students and student outcomes, we can make sure that we're aligning those goals with the budget, with, and tying that in so it's all targeted to maximize especially as Dr. Laws talked today, is we're revamping and doing the instructional focus. So we are aligning our budget and all of our goals with that. So if the board can just look at availability and maybe do a study session to better understand the budget and prioritize what our goals for next year are, and if there needs to be any reallocation of resources to maximize impact, we can discuss that. Thank you, Ms. Kennard.
You're welcome.
Okay, next, under the report of the board vice president, we have an action item per our board policy. It states that vacancies in officer positions, in the event of vacancy of a board office, the board will elect a successor to serve for the balance of the term. I know we will be having elections in the summer, but per our policy, we are required to do it when there is a vacancy. So I move that the Board of Education hold an election to fill the vacancy of board president. Support. Support from Evans. If there's no discussion, we can open the floor for nominations.
I nominate Ms. Piles to take over the presidency position.
Second, Kennard.
I accept. Any others? Okay. Quick roll call.
Terrell.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Kennard.
Yes.
Beard.
Yes.
Piles.
Yes.
Foster. No.
Motion carries. So I move that the Board of Education hold an election to fill the vacancy of board vice president.
I nominate trustee Terrell.
Support. Do you support first?
I'm sorry.
I made a motion. Do you want to support?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Support.
Support by Evans. Go ahead with your nomination.
I nominate trustee Terrell.
I'll support.
I am going to decline at this time.
Trustee Terrell declines. I nominate Judy Kennard.
Support.
Who supported?
Ms. Kennard, do you accept or decline? Ms. Kennard, can you hear, are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I heard you. Yes, I'll accept.
Other nominations?
I can't nominate myself.
If none, then we'll do a roll call vote.
You can?
Sorry.
I said I nominate myself.
Okay, I'll support. Okay, so, Ms. Kennard was nominated first, so we will do a roll call vote.
Terrell,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Beard,
I'm going to say no. Just because I'm thinking of moving each position, just moving up one. And it would make sense for Miss Wester to move up.
thank you. Kennard, no, Piles,
Yes.
Wester, no.
Did you call my name?
I said Kennard.
Oh, yes.
Motion carries. Now we are at communications from the public. Mr. Cooper, do we have any? Okay. Communications from board members?
Mrs. Piles, this is Mrs. Beard.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank the district and Dr. Edmondson for reaching out to me in the last couple months that I've been off. And I still may be off from time to time yet. And I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I appreciated all your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Teresa. You're welcome.
It's good to have you back. If there are no other comments, then I will move that the Board of Education convene in closed session under Section 8C of the OMA to consider a collective bargaining strategy negotiation session, and that we then enter into another closed session under Section 8H of the OMA to consider an attorney-client privilege communication from True Law. Yes. Is there support? Support.
Kennard,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Beard,
Yes.
Wester, yes. Piles,
Yes.
motion approved. It is 8:11.
And, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break, and then we will meet in your office. Margaret, yes. Okay, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Support.
Go ahead. Support Wester. Roll call?
Terrell? Yes. Kennard?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Wester, yes. Piles?
Yes, it's 10:15. I move that the Board of Education authorize the payment to the third-party vendor for the months of January, February, and March. Is there
Support.
Second.
Roll call?
Terrell? Yes. Evans?
Yes.
Kennard?
Yes.
Piles?
Yes.
Wester, yes.
Motion carries. I move that the Board of Education authorize Trune Law Firm to negotiate an agreement with a third-party vendor.
Support.
Roll call?
Kennard?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Terrell? Wester, yes. Piles?
Yes. Motion carries. Motion to adjourn?
Support. Kennard?
Yes.
Terrell?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Wester? Yes. Piles?
Yes. Meeting adjourned at
10:16.
10:16.